Okay. Yep. Okay. I have no idea if anyone's watching or not. I can see the chat. That's good. I'd like to talk, but I have no idea if I need to. No, I need you. No, I miss you. Oh, shit. I forget y'all can't. Well, the stream can't hear the draft itself. Next. Uh. It's with the help of hardware, folks. Okay. I don't even know if I can open my own stream to check if it looks good or not. I don't know. Am I supposed to sit here? This is weird. I don't know if anyone's in the chat, but I'm just waiting on, I guess, commercials before New York makes their first pick, which it's supposed to be Matthew Schaefer, but I don't know it quite yet. They're pretty confident, at least the commentators are, that it'll be Matthew Schaefer picked first. So, as a Hawks fan, I'm hoping Michael Misa slides to number 2 or Chicago moves up, or slides to number 3 or Chicago moves up to number 2 to draft Misa. Because Misa, I think, had the highest points per game rate out of any player over the since like Connor McDavid in the OHL. Bettman's having his stupid little speech. There's not as many people booing him as normal too, which is kind of weird. So as you can see on screen, I have every single pick, the first 32 picks in the draft, with the logo of the team next to them, and then I'll be writing or typing out the player's name and their position on the right. Unfortunately, you're not going to see the player positions for picks 17 through 32 or picks 17 through 20. You're not going to see the player names either, but I just got the webcam, so I'm going to try and use it. And I'm a huge Google Sheets fiend, so I got to use them. So I don't know who Megan is, but I guess she works for ESPN. She has Anton Frundell as ranked as the 5th best prospect in the entire draft, and he's likely the Hawks' pick if they can't get Michael Misa. And Frundell had a historic season in the Hockey Allsvenskan for a player his age. So Bettman, there's a big screen behind Bettman, and he's showing all 32 teams screens or like camera screens of their stream to the draft itself. Which this might cause some issues because we might not get to see some people, or like cameras might go down or whatever. He asked the draft eligible players to stand right now. That is a lot of people. Mostly on the inner. Do I recognize anyone? That's Ethan Bear or Carter Bear. One of those dudes is tall as hell. Oh, I see your chat. There you go. Okay. So apparently, after a player gets picked, they're gonna have them visit the NHL Draft house, which is weird. So they just go into a room with a bunch of screens, and it's the GM and his two head scouts, I think, on either side of him in front of a camera. And they're just gonna walk in there and I guess talk to the GM after they get drafted. This is so weird. I hate this decentralized draft shit. On either side of the big screen with the GM and the two draft scouts or head scouts, they've got the first overall picks of the last, I think, what is that, 16 years? Right? Yeah. Weird number. All right, so New York's officially on the clock. I could see them for whatever reason going with Michael Misa and throwing everyone the hell off because I personally wouldn't pick Matthew Schaefer first overall because of the fact he only played 17 games this year, and I I do not like it when younger players get injured. They do have the ability to recover better than an older player does, but also when getting injured when you're a younger person, the likelihood of re-aggravating that injury for the length of your career is a lot or a lot higher in my opinion. But I don't think his injury was too terrible. They're saying that his NHL comp is Miro Heiskanen. I don't think he's that good defensively. He's insane offensively. He's like Roman Yossi more so. And Yossi is good defensively, but like he's inconsistent with it. He has like a fourth forward on the ice. I don't know, man. I think they're talking about whether or not Schaefer will play in the NHL this year. After playing 17 games, there's no chance. If I'm New York, I don't even want to chance that, especially after I just traded away uh, Evan Bouchard, or no, not that, Noah Dobson. And apparently, New York is supposed to trade is looking to trade the 16th and 17th overall pick to either the fourth or fifth spot, so that they can draft James Higgins, who was going to go first overall this year. No, pick is in because they want to draft James Higgins, and Philadelphia they know wants it or wants it. Making the selection right now. Okay, they didn't hesitate. They just took Matthew Schaefer. That was quick. Okay, well, now that San Jose's on the clock, we're going to see where this goes. Because there's a lot of rumors that it's going to be Anton Frundell and not Michael Misa, even though for up until the last 2 weeks, it had been like set in stone that it was going to be Matthew Schaefer first and then Michael Misa second. But apparently San Jose really, really likes Anton Frundell. I mean, for good reason. He's the same height as Misa, I think, but he's 20 or 30 pounds heavier, and he plays a much more physical game and has the potential to play a skill game too. I mean, he does, but it's more of a off puck game. He's not as much of a hand or like a stick skill kind of guy, like with deking and stuff. He's more of a getting into the right position to shoot and be a passing option or shooting option. The definition of a good complementary player. But he needs, if he wants to play center, like I would assume San Jose would want him to play if they drafted him, he needs to learn how to drive play a little bit better, which he apparently did in his D-1 year. So his draft -1, so 2 years ago. But he struggled to get ice time in the Allsvenskan this year to start the year, and then eventually made his way into a middle six role and blew up, like lit up the league, and was one of the top producers for about a month or two. He was the captain for Team Canada. I think he only played like 2 games or something. No, 5 games. How long ago was it? Was 2024, so last year, or maybe it was this year. I don't even know anymore. I feel like my camera's in a really bad spot. It is what it is. And now? No, still not great. This is so weird. Okay, now he's in the room. Oh, he's crying. It's actually really cool. Thought it was weird, but it's really cool. He's bawling his eyes out right now. That's pretty cool. Oh, oh man. Damn, I'm about to cry because I think Schaefer's mother passed, so she didn't get to see him get drafted. And that's sad. It looked like he finally composed himself. Oh yeah, that's right. I'm supposed to type out what player just got picked. Um, I think that's how you spell his name. Here, let me look it up. Matthew, it's one F. Whoops. Matthew Schaefer. Apparently, there's supposed to be a lot of trades as well today. There was already a trade with the Canadians and Islanders for Noah Dobson. Islanders got picked 16 and 17. Like I said, they're trying to use them to move up in the draft to get James Higgins in the top 5. Because apparently Philadelphia really wants him. They like flew James Higgins out to Philadelphia to talk to him. And the reason they want to get James Higgins is because he's from Long Island. So apparently, according to Puckpedia, picks 16 and 17 are worth the 6th overall pick. I forget the name of how they figure that out or the name of the formula that it figures that out for them. But they want to get to 4 because they believe both Nashville and Philly will probably pick Higgins. And since Philly wants Higgins, they're probably not going to part with the 6th pick very easily. But Utah would take an NHL ready player for the 4th overall plus the 17th and 16th pick, I'd bet. I mean, Utah lucked out getting that 4th overall pick, so I think they were picking 14th in the draft. So, I mean, it would be like they got the 16th and 17th overall pick for the 14th selection, essentially. Okay. So, the fact that San Jose has not immediately picked yet means I don't know. Like, I know they're indecisive as to who they want because it is between Frondell and Misa, but I know there's a chance that they move the pick because that was another rumor I was seeing this morning. Yeah, I'm looking at the chat. I just saw that. It's a really small part of my third monitor on the left. The webcam is only $30. It's butt. So, but the last two times I've done this, I did it streaming on my phone, so everything was vertical. It looked really bad. And I've had OBS for a long time, so I kind of wanted to get it used for it. Oh, it says it's 4K, but it's a Walmart one, so OBS makes everything look terrible. I was wondering who that was. There was just some dude sitting behind Matthew Schaefer and his dad just quietly with a mic. I thought he was a broadcaster, but no, it's his older brother. Yeah, I think Schaefer's mom did pass. I think they just let the clock run out because they had to interview all the top prospects for the first round, or at least the top 10. Because San Jose has like 5 seconds left to pick, and they're still not doing anything. Where's Mike Greer? Oh, there he is. Everyone under the sun in San Jose glazes the hell out of Mike Greer, and I hate to admit it, but he is a really good GM. It's annoying how good he is. Please, God, let it not be Michael Misa. And so on Twitter, there were a bunch of Blackhawks fans creating San Jose Sharks fan accounts, but like their Twitter handles would be like not get hard for Bedard, but you know what I mean. But like they'd have a Michaelin Celebrini, who's a Sharks player, uh, image on for their profile image, and they'd say all this stuff about how much San Jose wants Frondell and how he's the best player available. And then rumors started coming out from reliable sources that the Sharks actually are interested in Frondell and might take him over Misa. So all these people who are doing that are like, wait, I can't believe we just made this become a reality by trolling the San Jose Sharks fans. So we'll see what's gonna happen. They have the pick in. It's been in for about 40 seconds now, but the panel's yapping right now about how good Schaefer is. No, they're talking about Michael Misa, my bad. Please, please, please don't take Misa. But yeah, I don't know what her name is. Okay, here we go. Please, for the love of God. Be Anton Fordell. Now they're booing. Now they're booing him. Gary Bettman, that is. Oh, yeah, Bailey from the WWE is making the pick for San Jose, not Gary Bettman, I guess. Someone in my family really likes Bailey. I don't know or remember who it is. Not very many people cheering. I guess it's because we're in LA. Are they in LA? Bro, that Shark fan does not look interested at all. Fuck. They do take Michael Misa. I don't know who the hell Chicago's taking. Because it could be Caleb Denoye or it could be Anton Fraudel. Uh, shit. In my opinion, he was the best player in the draft. Uh, all right, I just want to hear who Chicago's taking. I don't care about Misa anymore. There are rumors that the Hawks are looking to move up with their 25th pick as well. I don't know whether or not they can be able to pull it off though. And if they're moving up, I don't know who the hell they're taking. Because a lot of people have them taking Malcolm Spence or Vaclav Nestrasil at 25. And Nestrasil is I think he's a Czech-born guy, but he's been a Hawks fan his entire life. But they could probably get him in the second round if they don't take him at 25. So if they are interested in him, then they could probably move their 25 pick or take somebody else with the 25 pick and wait to get him there. But I would prefer they trade up in the draft because we have too many picks at this point. They had the jersey has his name on the back as if they didn't know who they were taking. Damn it. Really, it does fall off big time after Schaefer and Misa in this draft. There probably are very, very few and like top pick guy or top line guys left in the draft, if any, at least in the top part of it. I'm surprised Chicago didn't trade for the pick. Like I'm sure we're gonna hear what Chicago probably offered for it because I know they were looking to. But like who? Like in my opinion, You wanted the Hawks to take me to yeah, I did. Really, really badly. In my opinion, he should have gone first overall. And Schaefer could have gone maybe. I mean, I feel like I don't know if I would have had Schaefer in the top 3 prospects, but if he didn't get drafted first overall, San Jose was going to pick him because they need a defenseman more than they do need a forward, but they just take best player available. So, well, now the Hawks are on the clock. They have uh, the broadcast has James Higgins and then Caleb Denoye is the next 2 best prospects, followed by Anton Frundell. But honestly, I couldn't tell you. I love Caleb Denoye, but I hate that he plays in the QMJHL. It's the weakest junior league in Canada, well, out of the CHL. So the odds of there are very few players these days that pan out from the QMJHL because that league just does not play defense. The coaches don't coach defensive zone coverage or anything like that. So we'll see. That's why I think most people think the Hawks are gonna go with Frundell at this pick because he's played against men in an underrated Swedish league, the second best league in Sweden, and scored at a really good point per game rate. But I don't think that Frundell necessarily. Well, actually, Byron Bader has a formula that he's cooked up that looks at players from the last 40 years, I think. Philly really got 3 picks. Yeah, they do. So does New York. They have the 16th and 17th. Pittsburgh just got the 12th pick the other day, and the Hawks have 2. Nashville has 3. They might end up with 4 if they trade the 5th overall pick to New York. All right, we've got just over a minute before the Hawks make their pick. Probably 2 minutes because they let it go over. I'm hoping we see some trades. I'm not going to be showing them on here, but if any draft picks get moved, I'll be changing the teams over because on off to the right from what you guys can see on the screen, I've got all 32 teams' logos. So certain teams like Florida and Toronto, and I think Tampa, they don't have picks in the draft right now, but I've got their logo ready just in case they do reacquire a pick. Same with Colorado. And I don't think New York has one either. The Rangers, that is. Yeah, they don't. Caps do. The Wild? Wow, the Wild don't have a pick. That's rough. All right, the pick is in for the Hawks. They're not trading it. All right, it's either going to be Caleb Denoye or Anton Frondel. I'd be happy with either guy. He just made a short joke. Oh, Duncan Keith is announcing the pick. Oh, fuck, damn it. It's Jeremy Noah. Jeremy Roenick is announcing the pick for the Hawks. I can't wait for him to say whoever is being drafted is disrespectful because they don't shake his hand. He said that about Bedard once. Anton is crazy. He's Swedish. Oh my god, the fact that it's Roenick who's making the pick confirms that it's Anton because uh, Jeremy Roenick was a big physical dude. It's got to be Anton. And apparently Frondel is really funny, and the Hawks just love drafting goofy people for some reason. Because Artyom Levshunov from last year was their pick, and he's a huge goofball. Yep, it's Anton Frundell. Okay, let me wake up my Bluetooth mouse that sucks butt. Well, I'm actually not upset with that. As much as I liked Misa, Frundell is also a beast. He's literally a tank. He's 6'1" and 204 pounds. Uh, I don't know if he's going to be a center long term. And I don't think Chicago cares, honestly, because they really like Nazar and Bedard up the middle, even though they're both like 5'9", 5'10". So I just don't know who he plays with. I think he's a better line mate for Frank Nazar than Bedard because Bedard has untapped scoring right now. But I think Bedard's more of a pass first player and a playmaker than a goal scorer. So I think in concept, Frundell should be better with Bedard, but I just uh, well, I will say so. I was talking about Byron Bader's thingamajig, his little system that he has. It's a NHL E, so it's NHL equivalency, and out of everybody in the draft, Frendell has the highest NHL E or NHL equivalency out of anybody in the draft, and I think out of anybody over the last like 5 or so years or something like that. Like in terms of how good he was this year, and considering his age, considering how big he is for his age, and what he did in the league, he's slightly generational, I'd say, in terms of his production. So there's a decent chance that he becomes the best player in the draft. He has, I think, an 89% chance of being a star in the league, and a 99% chance of being an NHLer, according to Byron Bader. Which Byron Bader also said that Frank Nazar was going to be like a bottom six forward, and that's just because he got injured before his sophomore season, or his junior or freshman season in Michigan, and then took some time to recover into his sophomore season, and then in the second half of that season, absolutely lit up the NCAA. All right, Davidson is talking to Frondell. The mic's a little too low for Anton, so he's like hunched over like this. Well, they just said that he's an excellent compliment to the players they have, so they just said a bunch of all this nice stuff about Anton, and they ask him what was that like to hear, and he's like, funny, it's cool. What the fuck? Well, added much needed size to the Hawks. All right, there's a decent chance that this pick or any of these next two or three picks gets traded because New York, apparently the owner of the team was given or gave the general manager of the New York Islanders permission to essentially throw anything at the wall to get one of the fourth, fifth, or sixth picks. But I know they would prefer the fourth because they don't. If they go for the fifth, Utah might take James Higgins, and if Utah doesn't, Nashville certainly will. Because Barry Trotz just takes highest upside, and since James Higgins was projected to go first at the beginning of the year, it wouldn't surprise me if they took him. Apparently, Frundell, when he first started playing hockey, uh, skated with figure skating skates, not actual hockey skates. I love Swedes, so super Swedes, as Johnny Superman refers to them. God, this draft's gonna take forever. We have a trade to announce. No? Okay. Apparently, so for the this year, there are going to be centennial jerseys being released for teams that have been in the league for 100 years, I think. So like the original six. And the Hawks just added a gold stripe or ring or like, I don't know, border around their logo. And apparently it goes around the numbers on the jersey too and the nameplate, which is actually pretty cool. So I really want one for myself. It would be cool to get a Frendell one, but I have no idea whether or not Frendell stays with the Hawks for his career. But while Bedard has said that he wants to be a Hawk for as as long as he's playing hockey, he said that the other day. Yeah, if the Hawks do sign Bedard to an extension on July 1st, I wonder if it's going to have deferred salary, which I can't even begin to explain to anyone who's watching right now, if anyone is watching, how deferred salary is. Oh, Utah's making their pick. They're not trading it. James Higgins or Porter Martone or Caleb Denoye. You want a Bedard? What I spaced out? Bedard's centennial jersey. He said the other day that he wants to play in Chicago for as long as he's playing hockey. So that's a all right. Someone they're making the pick right now. I love a Utah Mammoth jersey too. Actually, this PG 6 AM PGA Tour winner. I don't know who he is trying to make them do a chant. Oh, they're taking Caleb Denoye. They got a team last year. They were called. Well, no. So they didn't get a team. Arizona, the owner of the Arizona team, was not paying taxes. Was not making the team any money. He was essentially just running the team into the ground and dragging the NHL's revenues down like by millions, if not well hundreds of millions. And so the NHL forcibly removed that owner from the team and sold it to uh, a guy in Utah, and now that guy owns the team. And there was like an agreement in place to allow the previous owner of the team to buy back into the league with the Arizona Coyotes if he wanted to, but otherwise it was just essentially relocating Arizona to Utah, but it's technically a different franchise, which they've, to my knowledge, they've never done before. So Caleb De Noye, and he is just a center. Out of all of the players in the draft, Caleb Denoye is probably the purest center. He did play some wing this year, from what I've heard, but he plays the one of the most solid two-way games when he actually puts in the effort. But that's the thing is as to whether or not he's going to put the effort in defensively every night. Otherwise, he's generally in the offensive zone all the time because he's coached very, very well and he's pretty intelligent. Yeah, I would have been happy with Denoye if I, as a Hawks fan, because Denoye is he's an inch taller than Frendel, but he's like 170 something pounds, so he has a lot more pounds to put on himself, so that he could physically put on more mass and more muscle than Frendel can. Frendel physically is what he's going to be for the most part in his career, unless he gains 20 pounds for some reason without losing any speed. But and what is the team for the eighth pick? I don't recognize. That's the Seattle Kraken. Their logo sucks. Uh, like the one I was able to get for this sucks. It's an S with two Kraken tentacles and a red eye for some reason, and then it says Seattle Kraken on the bottom below that. So it makes the logo look really small, but that's not what's actually on the jerseys. So Nashville maybe is trading the next pick. I would have seen them taking Caleb Denier, but since he's not there, they've got to take James Higgins or Porter Martone. Actually, I think they take Porter Martone. I agree. It's but. What is but? Oh yeah, the logo. Yeah. I wish I had Byron Bader's stuff pulled up for each of these prospects, because that would be good. Here, let me pull up Byron Bader on Twitter. I would assume he's yeah. So I could hold this up to the webcam, but the most comparable player to Anton Frendel, the guy the Hawks drafted, is Alexander Barkov, the first overall or the first line center of the team who just won the Stanley Cup. He has an 89% chance of being a star and a 99% chance of being an NHLer, which is the exact same uh, probabilities as Barkov in his draft year. Then Michael Misa has a 65% chance of being a star and a 75% chance of being an NHLer, according to Byron Bader. And his most comparable team or player to him is his teammate now, Will Smith. And then Matthew Schaefer has a 58% chance of being a star and a 77% chance of being an NHLer. So, according to Byron Bader's model, looking at every single player over the last 40 years that has been drafted, given taking into account their age, their height, the points they produced, in what league, Frondell is the most likely to become the best player in the entire draft. So, I'm really curious as to what Denoye looked like, because I swear I remember seeing Denoye had a better NHLE than uh, Schaefer. And I would like access his website or look at his website, but I don't. I think I've looked at his website before, and it doesn't actually show me the information I want to, unless I was looking at the wrong place. All right, Nashville's on the clock now. Got 2 minutes to make the pick. Barry Trotz gets fleeced in trades all the time, so I wouldn't be surprised if he's terrified of making a trade because he's literally traded really good players and really good prospects away for fucking nothing. So, like no other, and I think it's because Barry Trotz was a coach and now for some reason is a general manager. Like he's an NHL legend, but I don't think GMing is a good place for him to be. Caleb Denoye looks so disinterested in being at the draft. He's Caleb Denoye said that he was so excited to get drafted because he really wanted to see his mom cry. Oh man, he is so Canadian. He's got a French accent. Yeah, Byron Bader, Anton Frundell, my guy in parentheses, goes to the Blackhawks at third overall. Frundell has the highest draft year star probability of any player in the 2025 NHL Draft and was my top ranked player in the top 32. Why? His equivalency in the 20s in his draft year and in the 40s, or pre-draft year and in the 40s in his draft year, mixed with his young age, is deadly. Byfield, Kucherov, Savard, Marner all looked like this. You get a start from these 4 out of 5 times. Add to it, he put up massive numbers in his draft year in a pro-European league, the underrated Allsvenskan Swedish league, and it puts him over the top. The only other player in a 35-plus history to share similar production track, doing so in a pro-Euro league in his draft year, is the uh, 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 with the younger age is Alexander Barkov. Pick is in for Nashville. Mike Fisher. Oh, Shea Weber. I don't know why I thought it was going to be Mike Fisher making the pick. Oh, Shea Weber's a Blackhawk. Why is he making the pick? Well, Shea Weber is on LTIR and is probably going to be for the rest of his contract, but he's technically retired. So that's why he's making the pick for Nashville. Oh my god. Holy shit. None of you heard. I know anybody who's watching this did not hear me say this player's name, but the Nashville Predators just took Brady Martin. And the reason why is because his NHL comparable is uh, Sam Bennett, who just won the Conn Smythe for the Florida Panthers. And he's not the most skilled player. He is a uh, uh, big physical dude, and he's probably like I've seen a lot of scouts say that he is if he were in the NHL right now, he'd be one of the best at body checking and laying heavy hits. So that's good, but he has a decent playmaking game. It's actually pretty good considering his size and the way he normally plays the game. But his shot isn't necessarily the greatest, and he doesn't necessarily think the game the greatest. He's not necessarily the most intelligent. He just works his ass off and hits you hard and turns the puck over often because of it. And I personally think he's a middle six forward, second line center at most, which is what Sam Bennett is. But if that's what you're looking for, then this is the guy you want to draft. But there are definitely higher potential guys out there like uh, Porter Martone and James Higgins. So yeah, James Higgins and Porter Martone are the two best players on available. Roger McQueen, who also only played, I think it was 20 games this year or 17 games. No, it was 20 games. I can't remember. I know he had 20 points. That's what I remember. He actually is potentially capable of being the best player in the draft. He just had a back injury, and uh, it's really hard for players who have back injuries to recover from that. So I should say actually that no, I'll leave it as left wing centers. Well, the fact that we haven't gotten a trade before Philadelphia's on the clock makes me think that New York is not getting James Higgins, which I kind of want that to happen because that would just be cool. Apparently, a bunch of um, New York like he lives in Long Island, obviously, so like he's been walking around Long Island at home, and there's been people who's like recognize him in New York, and like he saw someone who had a license plate or who had like a sticker above their license plate saying "Bring Higgins home" or something like that, which is really cool and probably really weird to see, but I don't know, it would be so cool. Like it would be really cool for Cole McKinney and I forget this other dude. dude's name who play in the USNTDP. Uh, that they're both Chicago natives, and I would like the Hawks to be able to draft both of them. I think they could get Cole McKinney in the second round, and they could probably get the other dude that I don't remember the name of in the fourth or fifth round. But I don't necessarily think the other guy is actually like Cole McKinney is a decent prospect, has a good chance of being like a fourth line center and maybe a third line winger. Just a guy who does everything the right way, doesn't take chances. Let me pull up elite prospects real quick. I might be able to find the guys' names because I've searched them up before. No. Okay. I think it was Asher Barnett and Cole McKinney. Yeah, he's from Wilmette, Illinois, and then Cole McKinney is from Chicago, Illinois. So it would be cool, but I don't think they're the best picks. Oh, Philadelphia has their pick. They're not trading it. It could be Porter Martone. I would have thought Brady Martin was like the pick for Philly. They always have some dude making picks for other teams, like celebrities. The audio is back or is off. Here, I kind of want to restart this. They're having issues with the stream, I think. The pick might already have been announced at this point. No. God, I have my AC going right now, but I don't want it to be too loud, but I also am like sweating my ass off in this jersey, and I've got shorts on. I could probably take off the shirt underneath it, but yeah, Charles Barkley is making the pick for Philadelphia, so that's maybe cool for Maddie, but Maddie's probably not watching. Okay, so they take Porter Martone. Okay, Elite Prospects believes that Porter Martone, if he reaches his full potential, is has the is he would have the second highest ceiling out of any other player in the draft. He's probably the best playmaker. He's 6'4" and 208 or 6'3" and 208 pounds. He does not play very physical at all. And they're saying that he plays like Mikko Rantanen. I see more of a Blake Wheeler because of like Mikko Rantanen is a dual threat scorer, has a wicked one timer on the right half wall, and is a really good playmaker too. But Porter Martone is a through and through elite playmaker, and he does have a good shot, but he doesn't go look for the shot more than he does the elite level pass. And he can play a physical game, he just doesn't as much, which is very much a Blake Wheeler thing. Someone who doesn't necessarily use their size unless they absolutely need to or should. Although I think he's more skilled than Blake Wheeler. I didn't even do a mock draft this year. The first three picks probably went the way I thought they would have, not the way I wanted them to. But I wouldn't have thought Caleb Denoye would have gone fourth after Frundell. I would have thought he would have gone somewhere in the 7 to 10 range. Brady Martin, I thought would have gone to, I was hoping would go to Pittsburgh because uh, Kyle Dubas is from Sault Ste. Marie, I think. Or no, he was the GM of the Sault Ste. Marie Greyhounds, and when he was in Toronto, used to love drafting Sault Ste. Marie Greyhounds. So, all right. Byron Bader has made a couple more posts. about the players. The closest comparable for Caleb Denoye, the fourth overall pick, is Nathan McKinnon on the Colorado Avalanche, or Matthew Barzal. Oh no, so his closest comparable is Matthew Barzal, according to Byron Bader. But somebody replied to that saying never trust the queue, which I fully agree with, to be perfectly honest. But he replied saying trust it sometimes, showing the comparable between Caleb Dodonye and Nathan McKinnon. Nowhere near the same kind of player, but their production, age, and size is very, very similar. Yeah, Brady Martin is the first true reach of the draft. These archetypes only turn into stars 1 out of 5 times. So the fact that Nashville made that pick, man, dude, what's his face? Uh, James or Barry Trotz is not a good GM. I'm and the president of the team was the former GM of the team as well, and I'm surprised he's allowing Barry Trotz to do half the stuff he is. Well, New York is still looking to trade it for James Higgins. I don't know if Boston would move on from their seventh overall pick. I've seen a lot of people say that, or well, indicate that Jake O'Brien would be the pick for Boston here, but why not James Higgins? He'd be really, really good alongside uh, David Pastrnak. There we go. And I don't know if Boston would make this trade though, because I think the last time they picked, it was either 14 and 15, 15 and 16, or 16 and 17 years ago. And they picked Jake DeBrusk, I think it was, and no, it was Zachary Senyshyn and Jakub Zaboral. Neither of them turned out to be anything. I think Zaboral was like a third pairing guy for them for a while, but he wasn't necessarily good. He was like replacement level player. And Senyshyn never amounted to anything other than like a couple of games in the NHL. But maybe Boston can get back-to-back picks and try to redeem themselves. Yeah, the fact that James Higgins has dropped out of the top 6 is insane. Yeah, Porter Martone is such a Philadelphia Flyer pick. Between him and Brady Martin, like that makes sense. So much sense. I can't see how many people are watching this stream. I would imagine some people bowed out. I've got 13 views allegedly. I can't even watch my own stream. Oh, that's right. I can make YouTube shorts out of reactions to all these picks. How would I'm looking at my latest comments on my YouTube channel. My Dead by Daylight, Supernatural, Castiel, and Lucifer perk ideas. Somebody 8 months ago said, "How will Lucifer enter the kingdom of the entity, Mitchell?" Because I know you're watching Supernatural. You probably don't know the lore of Dead by Daylight very much, but like anybody can end up in the entity's realm. Like Geralt of Rivia is in the entity's realm, so. And BK said play Phasmophobia over a year ago on a Lethal Company YouTube short. All right, pick is in for Boston. I wonder who the hell's going to make the pick. Patrice Bergeron? Comedian. I have no idea who this is. Dave Chappelle. Oh my God. Adam Sandler is making the pick for the Boston Bruins. They just took James Higgins. New York does not get James Higgins. Really, really good player. Disappointing that he doesn't go to the New York Islanders. Not too far from Long Island. I'm sure he would have loved to make it there, but he'd be so good with David Pastrnak. Yeah, so the reason why James Higgins fell is because he was supposed to go first overall. He had like a 30 something in NHL equivalency last season, and he dropped down into the 20s, or he had a 40 and he dropped down into the 30s, one or the other. And it's because he blew up the uh, UN or and USNTDP. Yeah. In his draft minus 1 year. This year in Boston College, he was only a point per game. And uh, players who have gone into like the top two coming out of college in their draft year in recent memory were Adam Fantilli, and he was like almost a 2 points per game player, led the league in scoring. So the drop off is huge between a player like Adam Fantilli and James Higgins. But James Higgins also was playing with incredibly skilled line mates, and apparently, from what I've heard, is that the chemistry just wasn't there between him and his line mates. They were all play drivers, and James Higgins had to learn to not be the guy driving play all the time, which just didn't fit him very well. So we'll see. He should be really good for the Boston Bruins. It's kind of unfair that they get this pick because they're Lord knows that even though they missed the playoffs this year, they're going to make the playoffs next year without even having to sign James Higgins, because there's no way he's in the NHL next year. The only guy I see in the NHL this year that has been drafted so far is Michael Misa. Yeah, that's really cool to be drafted by Happy Gilmore. I've never seen the movie. Oh my god. I've uh, with college players don't have to sign for their NHL team. They can intentionally ride out the. I think every NHL team has 3 years to sign a college player uh, out of college. Otherwise, they become a free agent. If he really wants to play in New York, he doesn't have to sign with Boston. So I could totally see that happening, and then the Bruins would be forced to make a trade with New York if they really wanted to make something back on that seventh overall pick. Well, Seattle is up next. I've seen a bunch of people say that Ruddy Mertka, who would be the second defenseman off the board, to be the guy that gets drafted here. I personally am higher on Jackson Smith than I am Radim Mertka. Jackson Smith, I think, has the best edges in this draft. He's an incredible skater, but he's a bigger guy who just doesn't play with his size or uses it very well, especially for a defenseman. I can't wait to see the Hawks on the no, what is it? It's not on the clock. That's what it used to be called when Stan Bowlen was the GM. It's something else now, where they go behind the scenes of their whole draft process. It's a really cool series to watch. I wish I had the OBS thing in the middle so that I could see That would have been better. Because to read the chat, I look over to the left, which feels a little weird. Ah, damn. He was 11 points behind his teammates in scoring. I don't think we're going to get a commercial break until after Anaheim makes their pick at 10. Because once I get a commercial break, I'm going to go adjust the settings on my... Well, maybe I shouldn't do that, because if I adjust the settings on my AC unit, it might shut off my PC. Pick is in for Seattle. Yeah. According to Kevin Weeks, the Colorado Avalanche are cooking something up right now. I love Kevin Weeks. He's one of my favorite insiders. That dude is goofy as hell. Every single time he posts something like an announcement, he like records with his phone up here, but because it's going on Twitter and it's vertical, and Twitter like videos are all square, it's just his forehead every single time, and it's the funniest shit. Guy, the guy who made the Formula One movie, I guess, is making the pick for Seattle, and he's coming out to make it in person. That's the first guy to do it today. No, Jeremy Roenick did. Oh, he's the co-owner of the Seattle Kraken. Jake O'Brien. Jake O'Brien is the pick for Seattle. Can I please, for the love of God, thank you. Oh. O'Brien? No, O'Brien. He is also a left-wing center. He's the second best playmaker in the draft, in my opinion. He's more flashy than Porter Martone, and definitely more creative. But he's a lot slower. He lacks a lot of pace. But he has incredible hands to make up for it. And I'd say 50-50. It's 50-50 as to whether or not whatever he does with his hands or whatever he does with his passes will work out to make up for the fact that he doesn't have that speed that you want for a guy for his size and for the center position. But he makes it work. But a lot of the times, because he is trying to do all these creative plays, he turns the puck over a lot. But you kind of want young players to be doing that, because eventually they'll figure out what they can't do. And you'd rather not coach that out of them immediately. So Jacob Bryan is one of my favorite players in the draft. He's so fun to watch. But I hate watching slow players too, so it is what it is. I think New York's going to sit with the 16th and 17th pick, which kind of sucks. Because, I mean, what's the point in trading up now if you're not getting your guy? There's so much talk about there being trades at this draft, and there's nothing. Not a single top 10 pick, and those are the ones that were being rumored to be moved the entire day, or the last several weeks. He led the OHL with 41 power play assists. I really want to see what... I can't hear your... You're still loud and clear. Oh, thank you. Mom, you know there's a YouTube chat, right? Oh, you're probably watching on your TV, that's why. Yeah, my phone was face down because I can't even pull up the YouTube stream on my phone for some reason. Okay. Byron Bader. What does he have to say on everyone? Yeah, the last thing I can see is Mitchell saying I agree it's butt with triple T's. Okay. Byron Bader. So, one of the big Twitter guys for Hawks fandom replied to Byron Bader's post about Antoine Frondell saying, "I will now use this model to cope," which is surprising that he'd say that, considering he's also one of the people who complains about Byron Bader's model being incredibly off because of the fact that it rates Frank Nazar so lowly. James Higgins, in the best moment of his life, was just asked to wave at a broken feet on national television. I missed that. All right, so Sergei Samsonov, I have no idea who this is. He's evidently an older NHL player, was a Boston Bruin, is the closest comparable for James Higgins. Yeah, he had a 45 NHLE in his draft minus 1 year, which is insane, and then had a 35 this year, so it dropped by 10 points. He has a 41% chance of being a star and a 60% chance of being an NHLer, so that's not great. Porter Martone, 60% chance of being a star, 67% chance of being an NHLer, and his closest comparable is Andrei Svechnikov. And then Owen Tippett, apparently his closest comparable is, or Brady Martin, his closest comparable is Owen Tippett in Florida, but he's actually in Philadelphia. So, Buffalo is on the clock. Lily Edwards liked my photo. Does that mean Lily is watching? Three centers. That was four centers in a row. Oh man, oh man, oh man. I'm actually really curious as to who Pittsburgh picks. I love seeing teams draft back to back. Pick is in for Buffalo. Anton Frandl. I first set up my webcam. It it was just showing a black screen for some reason. I could not for the life of me figure it out for like 10 minutes. And then I realized there's this little thing on the top that slides side to side to block out the screen so it protects the screen from getting scratched. I'm an idiot. I guess band members are making the pick for the Buffalo Sabres. Goo Goo Dolls? No idea who they are. Ready Murtka. Okay. So that makes sense because Buffalo has nobody on the right side. Weird to see Ready Murtka go before Jackson Smith, in my opinion. Is it? Yep. Weird. Nope. Right D. 6'6", 218 pounds. Dude's huge. Very reliable defenseman defensively and has decent transition potential up up the ice, but probably limited offensive potential. Although considering his size, he could become very good offensively. But I would imagine he's a right-handed Alex Vlasic, just being taken at the 9th overall pick. I'd say he's certainly a top four defenseman, but I think Bubby is outside beating off Amber's Jeep with something. I can't wait for Radim Mertka to decide he doesn't want to play for the Buffalo Sabres. They can't keep anyone on that team. Nobody wants to be there. I don't know if Mertka is nervous or if he just. I would assume he's nervous. I'd be surprised if any of these kids are actually upset with the teams that they're being drafted with or being drafted to. God, this thing is really annoying. Get out of here. I think that was making my back a hell of a lot warmer. Oh. times on the clock. Oh, they do have commercial breaks. It's not commercial breaks. It's just ad breaks between picks. It goes to show how much I've been actually paying attention. Okay. James Higgins, thanks for picking me to the Bruins executive brass, who could not hear him at all and didn't even know he was talking to them. Very nice. What the hell, man? That's insane. Going from the Sphere experience last year, where all the teams were there, to this, like going from a 2025 Lambo down to a 1995 Honda Civic with 250 kilometers on it. I lost a little respect for Byron Bader when I just found out that he's Canadian. 250 kilometers on it, or 250,000? No, just 250 kilometers on it. That's not a lot, is it? Isn't it a mile or a kilometer that's bigger? I don't remember. Yeah, bro. What? Bro, that's nothing. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. All right, Anaheim, pick us in. Now, hopefully it's not William Eklund, because I did just get reminded that he is still in the draft or available. He was the teammate for Anton Frundell, and if the Hawks managed to trade out to draft him, that would be the coolest shit ever. Because they're both going to go back to Sweden to play in the SHL because they helped their team get promoted from the Hockey Allsvenskan to the Swedish Hockey League. So in the number 2 league to the number 1 league. I don't know who you guys are. Marguerite Moreau and somebody else Moreau. Oh, they're referencing the Mighty Ducks of Anaheim movie and how it turned into an NHL team for real. I have no idea who these people are. They tried to announce or explain it, but I didn't pay attention. How's it going? Oh, Porter Martone. Roger McQueen. Whoops. It's going. James Higgins didn't go to New York like everyone wanted. The Hawks still haven't gotten to pick yet, or pick again. McQueen. He is a center. McQueen did not play very much this year. Had a really bad back injury. He tried coming back a couple of times from it, but it did not work out. He's 6'5" and almost 200 pounds, so he's got a lot of potential. But like I said with Matthew Schaefer, I do not like it when young players miss that much time in their draft year, because that's arguably the biggest year of their development. So, But he could have otherwise been like a top five pick in the draft if he didn't get injured, because he's very, very skilled. But despite how tall he is, and how heavy he is, he doesn't play a hard nosed game or a physical game, which is why I am also not as high on him. If you've got size, you might as well use it. He had 10 goals in 17 games, including 4 goals in season opener. Well, if you score 4 goals in your season opener, then you're on track for 6 goals in 16 games. That's not too crazy. Third on Brandon in scoring with 51 points in 53 games 2 seasons ago. Well, they trade Trevor Zegras, who's a center, and then draft a bigger, skilled center in Roger McQueen. So, man, he makes uh, Gary Bettman look like he's 4'4". Queen. God, how long have I been streaming for? I don't have something that says how long. Oh my god, over an hour and a half. 10 picks in. What would that be? 4.5 hours to get through all 32 picks. It should go by a little bit faster after the first 10 picks. So I've seen a lot of people predict that William Eklund, the teammate of Anton Frendel in your garden, 92 minutes, okay, uh, is going to go anywhere between the 11th and 15th pick. So hopefully Chicago moves in and gets him, because that would be really cool. Because I love William Eklund. Dude's like, I think 148 pounds or something, and like 5'11", but has some of the strongest legs and best balance out of anybody in the draft. And he's just really effective at protecting the puck and taking the puck away against men, no less. So, all right. Yeah, McQueen's going to be a problem with the Anaheim Ducks. All right, Pittsburgh is on the clock with 2 picks in a row. I heard that they might be trading one of these picks, or both of them. I have no idea what the hell Dubas's plans are for this organization. Yeah, 7 of the first 10 picks in the draft have been centers. Only one true center, in my opinion, but Kevin Weeks was alluding to the fact that Sidney Crosby might be traded to the Avalanche this year or over the next couple of years. Although he just signed an extension with them, I think, this offseason or last offseason or during the season this year. I don't think he wants to go anywhere. All right. I would imagine it's going to be Jackson Smith. He gets picked here. Because, I mean, it's either Jackson Smith here or the next pick. I can't tell you whether or not it's going to be two forwards, one or 2D or whatever the hell. But they have to pick Jackson Smith, in my opinion. Lyndon Lakovich. Oh, Anaheim is flying Roger McQueen and his parents out to the Disney, or maybe not flying them out because they're already in LA, but flying them out to the Disneyland resort right now. It's actually pretty cool. Pick is in for Pittsburgh. Do, 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 do. Okay, Chris Letang of the Pittsburgh Penguins is making the pick for Pittsburgh. I wonder if he's going to make both picks, but it just sounds like he's just in the 11th right now. I could be wrong, but I'm fairly certain Letang had a heart attack in a game and came back later that season. Okay, so they draft Benjamin Kindle. That's a bit of a reach for me. I've never seen him that high in the draft. Nope. Center right wing. I don't know much about him, to be perfectly honest, because I see him anywhere between 20 to 32. So being picked at 11 is interesting. He's probably the second reach of this draft. That being Brady Martin and now him. I know he's very, very skilled and he works hard, but if I'm not wrong, there's skating concerns with him. It would be cool if they just had Pittsburgh pick both guys together and then had them go talk to the GM over the big screen, which was cool at first, but then after they messed it up with James Higgins. I do like drafting players out of the WHL, though. I think it is the best CHL league, like Junior Canadian League. Strongest in terms of overall team play, especially defensive coverage. So, okay, so our pick is already in. So yeah, they had Kindle be pulled aside. He didn't immediately go talk to the GM, so I'm assuming they are actually going to have both players talk to each other or talk together. Oh, someone's apparently moving up into the 12th spot. Please be Chicago. 25th and 34th overall pick, plus like a third or something, maybe a fourth, or Lucas Reichel to get into the 12th overall spot to draft William Eklund. It said the pick was in earlier. It's not saying that anymore. Oh, James Higgins is now on the panel. Oh, no wonder he was. Okay, I'm an idiot. James Pry will play in Boston because of the fact that he played in Boston College and is playing in Boston College. So that's probably. There's a big red button. Oh, a trade has been made. And Chris Letang's son pressed the big red button. Oh, Philadelphia's on the clock. What the fuck? Picks 22 and 31. All right. See how easy that was? How quick that was? I'm a professional. All right. So Philadelphia's now on the clock. I have no idea who they're picking here. Mostly because I don't remember who's available. So even though they have a graphic that shows up on the bottom of the screen all the time telling you who is available, I know Braden Coots, Carter Bear, who's a Philadelphia kind of Blake Fiddler could be a reach, but they could go for him. They could go for Jackson Smith. Hmm. 50 people are there for James Higgins. Pick is in. They should have been funny and asked him if he's going to play in Boston next season, because either he plays for the Boston Bruins or he plays for the Boston College. So, did they go with a defenseman? I don't know that they necessarily need one. They probably would like another forward. I wonder if they might be taking Kayshawn Aitchison. Very physical defenseman that is definitely a Philadelphia Flyer type player. I don't know who this guy is, but he's a two-time Philadelphia Super Bowl champ or whatever. Everybody booed him when he showed up on screen, I guess. But he's making the pick out in his backyard, it looks like. Jack Nesbitt? Holy that is the biggest reach yet. Holy crap. Okay, he's a very good two-way center, but does not show a oh getting a phone call. Hello? Yeah, dude, 6'5", 186 pounds. He had a slow start to the season offensively, but started building it up and finished the year strong. So a lot of people believe in that um, jump in his production at near the end of the season. But he's, in my opinion, probably more like at most a third line center. So getting a third line center at 12 in terms of potential is not great when there's players like Jackson Smith there, Kayshawn Aitchison, there's Willie or yeah, William Eklund. Or no, is it Victor Eklund? Like those are extremely good players. I mean, fair enough. Man, that's odd. So generally, when a team like this makes a trade to pick at at a higher spot, it's because they think that that player would have gone not too much longer after that. So I just don't know what team there would have taken him. Apparently, they say that Nesbitt was their guy over Porter Martone of all people. I mean, yeah, certainly a Philadelphia Flair type player. A little early for me though. At least like 13 picks too early. Like I've seen a lot of mock drafts that had the Hawks taking Nesbitt at 25. All right, Detroit is on the clock. I've seen a lot of people say that the Detroit Red Wings would take Victor Eklund at that spot. I'm gonna go ahead and turn on my AC real quick. Okay. Mitchell arrived at home 24 minutes ago. All right, what is Byron Bader saying? Flash straight up to draft a huge center who has 3 center upside. Don't like that. Yep, I agree. Ben Kindle goes to Pittsburgh at 11th overall. Kindle was expected to go in the back half of the first round, so this is a bit of a surprise. That being said, Kindle, although small, is a model favorite that I absolutely loved. Was hoping the Flames would draft him at 18th. Hugely productive young forward with a great model profile. Another hockey prospecting gem off the boards. So I guess I've never seen Theo Fleury play myself, but apparently he compares to Theo Fleury the most uh, in terms of projection, not necessarily style. Do, 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 do. Yeah, see, part of the reason why I'm not too high on Roger McQueen is because of the injury, and because of the injury, he projects out to have a very similar career to Kirby Doc, and Kirby Doc looked promising, but then he had injuries and still has them, so it's not great. Radim Mertka compares to Dougie Hamilton, though, so that's pretty good for Buffalo. And Jacob Bryan with Matt Boldy. Matt Boldy's pretty good, too. Very, very good. Top 6 forward. All right, pick is in for Detroit. Please don't be Victor Eklund. That's big. After the Florida Panthers won the Cup in 2 years in a row, it really does seem like teams are valuing size over skill big time. Even though Florida's team is full of large skill players that they've acquired via trade, so Carter Bear. That's a good pick. I think he tore his ACL near the end of the season, and the last guy that I remember who was drafted and had tore his ACL was Peyton Krebs, and he hasn't turned out to be much. So it is very risky to pick a player like this who has had an injury like this. But I really like his game. He's a one-man forechecking machine, and very few players try or play their hearts out quite like he does. He's very, very aggressive and works his butt off. My kind of player. Smaller too, not a huge guy. He's 6 foot, but 179 pounds, so skinny guy. All right, interesting. I could totally see Victor Eklund going to Columbus at 14, but at this point, after the McQueen pick at 10, I have none of these picks necessarily made much sense. So I have no idea what's going on. Columbus could go for Keyshawn Aitchison. They could reach for Blake Fiddler if they need a right-handed defenseman. I don't know that they do, though. They probably want a forward. I know they do want a goalie, but they could probably get their goalie at pick 20. I would have loved to see Carter Bear be a Boston Bruin. It would be really cool. I may or may not be having food like brought to me, which would be pretty cool. Dawson Mercer is comparable for Carter Bear. Mercer has been he had I think a more of a down year this year, but he's been a good middle six forward for New Jersey for the last couple seasons. They have him as just a left wing. I think he can play center though. I'll just leave that. Whew. That's a wicked shot on him. All right, Columbus is on the clock. I could totally see them after they just traded away Gavin Brindley. I mean, if they're trading away Gavin Brindley, I would be surprised if they took a Victor Edlund type player. But if he doesn't go to Columbus, he's 100% going to Vancouver because that is a Vancouver type player, a Swedish born player, 100%. Carter looks like he's gonna cry. He's man. I have not seen this many players cry at the draft. He was really trying to hold it together. He just couldn't. Our pick is in for Columbus. Who's it gonna be? Justin Carbonneau is still out there. I can't believe I haven't said his name yet. That dude's insanely good. Lyndon Lakovich, Malcolm Spence. I could see Malcolm Spence going here, just because size. Ooh. Johnny Gaudreau's family is making the pick for Columbus, or his wife, I guess. Oh wow, the entire stadium is giving them a standing ovation. Wow, that's so sad. Oh, they're chanting Johnny. Oh, that's so cool. She's gonna cry. God damn, man. This shit's gonna make me cry. Jackson Smith. There we go. Whew. That's a really good pick. Interesting that they're picking him. I don't know that they necessarily need defensemen with Zach Werenski, but that's a good player to grow under. It's a good pick in my opinion. 6'4", 199. My opinion, the best skater in the draft. He's got the best edges, 100%. Oh yeah, he's going to play for Penn State next season. There was a new change to the rules for the CHL that now allows players to go and play for college if they want to, if they make that decision. Jackson Smith would have been a cool player for the Hawks to get. I just don't think he makes sense in the Hawks system to be there. He's one of my favorite players of the draft. Right. Could see Victor Eklund go at 15 now. I wonder what eh, the opinion on Jackson Smith is from Byron Bader. Yeah, right. His comparable is Luke Hughes, which is just insane. Luke Hughes is so good. I feel like, oh man, that's so sad. All right, I guess I didn't see any Blackhawks fans' reactions to Frundell being taken. I will say that elite prospects, who I respect their opinions on a lot of things, especially when it comes to draft, um, they had Frundell as the 13th best player in this draft, so that's not great. But from what I've seen, I really, really like what he is. Victor Eklund would be a tremendous pick for the Canucks at 15. Agreed. They want a center. What center's even available at this point? Woohoo! I don't know that Victor Eklund makes it outside of the top 20. I mean, he is small, but I'd be surprised if he falls that much. I think I'm about to have my food get here. Okay, they got home and then left home. Or did HBO just announce that they're canceling the Last of Us TV show? Okay. Bookie. Okay, I don't give a care. Yeah, I would really like to see the Hawks reunite Anton Frundell with Victor Eklund. Victor Eklund, I think, uh, like begged essentially his coaches to allow him to play with Victor Eklund in your garden because they just really, really like each other. They're really good friends. I could see it being uh, Braden Coots for the Vancouver Canucks because he is a center and I do really, really like him. Another hardworking forward. Vancouver, the first team I think to congratulate the Panthers on winning back-to-back cups. Braden Coots. Yep, I knew it. I knew it. It made so much sense. B. Coots. He is a center, in my opinion. I know I think, can play wing, but he mostly played center. He had a 70% face-off percentage in the Worlds. Bill, brother of Kevin Krasinski. Meh. I'm not sure how much longer KK is going to be a Blackhawk. I mean, the fact that they haven't traded him already indicates to me that he's probably not being moved at all, which is probably the right move. But I wonder if the Hawks think Eklund is going to fall to them at 25. Because in my opinion, that's the guy I'm taking. I don't know what, like, the Hawks need to go with another forward, and they probably would want to. I would love the Hawks to move up and take Justin Carbonneau. I know he's in the queue, but my God, that would be a great value pick. I'm surprised he hasn't been picked yet, in my opinion. He could be one of the picks being made by the Islanders. All right. Hello. The right side of the border. It's a bit political, don't you think, Patrick Alvin? I wonder what THG thinks of this pick. I feel like I've been getting shorter this entire stream. I just sink lower and lower into my chair. Dang. All right. I am going to run downstairs real quick and see what's going on down there. I forget that I mute the headset every single time I take it off. Ad? I'm getting an ad? I pay 100 something bucks a year for this shit. I'm not supposed to get ads. I'm supposed to just get the commercials that naturally happen. Oi. Stupid mouse. Alright, still. Oh, well, of course, the moment I go downstairs. Glad I didn't miss anything. I got steak tacos. Actually, hang on. I don't want to spill anything in the street. I've got a cut on my finger and it's got lime juice in it. Who's Kevin Connolly? Apparently he's announcing the next pick for the New York Islanders. I don't know who this guy is. What's up, LA? What's going on? Victor Oakland is what he just said, but it's Eklund. Really good player. Really upset the Hawks didn't get him. But we did a bit distracted eating food now for the rest of the draft. Yeah, 5'11", 169 pounds. So good. I love Swedish players so much. I've seen they have Jacob Ice Wozniak ranked pretty high here, and I think he's an underrated player. I don't see very many people having him high in the draft. But since I know that he's not ranked very high by very many players, if I wanted the Hawks to get him, I'd hope they get him in the second round. Now, in terms of a player I want the Hawks to get now, I want it to be Justin Carbonneau. I'm assuming they're going to take a forward again. Let's hope it's not Justin Carbonneau. William Eklund just said he played golf with the first overall guy, Matthew Schaefer, the other day, and so that means they built good chemistry together. Certainly not on the ice. Right. Tayshaun Aitchison. Okay. One of the meanest players in the entire draft. He's insane. I think that's a AI Chesan. Yeah. He is a 50. Nope. He scored 26 goals as a defenseman for the Barrie Colts, which was set a record for most goals scored by a defenseman for that team in their entire history. Having both of them on that team, Schaefer and Aitchison, is going to be insane. The issues with him are that he doesn't necessarily play a projectable game in terms of good offensive and defensive reads. But he's a tank. He will run you over. No questions asked. He's a heart and soul player. Kevin Weeks and Aitchison are wearing completely pink suits. They're pretty close. Although I think Aitchison's is better. I'm sure watching me eat is very entertaining. Lyndon Lukovic is like a textbook St. Louis Blue player or a textbook Columbus Blue Jack or Calgary Flames player. Like that last name just fits on both of those jerseys very nicely. I'd be willing to bet he goes next. Out of these next two picks, he certainly is going to go. Yeah, I don't think anybody's having a better draft right now than the New York Islanders, and they really need it. So I think Eklund is a top 10 player in this draft. In Aitchison, I think they got him right around where he should be. did see some people who indicate that the Hawks might draft Will Horkoff, who set, I think, a couple records in the combine this year. I'm 100% not putting that jersey back on. I'm a lot cooler. Come on, what time is it? I have a phone right here that I could check. 9:30. God dang. Unfortunate the Hawks did not get him. Pick is in. No way. Roger McQueen is being flown on a helicopter to Disneyland. That's nuts. That's so cool. I don't think anybody's having as good a draft as Roger McQueen and his family right now. That's so cool. Right. Flames making their pick. Man, I love the stash on Landon McDonald. Holy cow, that is magnificent. Cole Reshney. That's a very Calgary Flames pick. Very, what's his name? Oh, God, he's already on the Flames. He played for Kamloops Blazers. I don't remember what his name is, though. Come on, I need to. Nope, can't. Not off the top of my head. He was a rookie this year. But he, similar players in terms of not the greatest skaters, but very skilled. He blew up, or he like lit up the league, uh, uh, in the WHL. Uh, Pretty dang good in the second half of the season. He had a slow start, but he like exploded with his playmaking game near the end of the year. He had 66 assists in 62 games. I would say that's a pretty good pick for Calgary. Good value. Definitely needs to improve his skating though and his pace, but very good passer. Connor Zari, that's what it is. I can't believe I just now got it. Very similar player in my opinion to Connor Zari, at least in terms of skating. Zari's definitely a better two-way forward. All right, this is. I feel like Lyndon Lakovic is the pick here. They could go for a defenseman though. The top three available players left for Megan's best available are defensemen, and four of the top five are defensemen. I don't know why. I just got a feeling it's going to be Lyndon Lakovic. Lyndon Lakovic is like a Kirby Doc type player. So not someone that I care for, but I just know for a fact he's the kind of guy that St. Louis would pick. I'm talking so much smack about Kirby Doc, but I've got a signed pick of his in my bedroom over there. Only 7 more picks, and then the Hawks pick again, unless they trade up. They could trade down. I don't see why they would, though. Got one person watching. Oh, I missed last year's draft? Huh. Now, let me see. Oh, now I can see my own stream. Any upset Hawks fans about Eklund being picked? Yeah, I don't know what it is with Kyle Dubas and being incapable of understanding that he probably needs to pick bigger players. Yeah, 4 of the top 5 guys left, according to Megan Chayka's draft board, are defensemen. But Boumediene, Fiddler, Reed, and Hensler. And then Justin Carbonneau is the only forward on that list. He's the guy right now I hope the Hawks are able to get. Oh, that's cool. Anton Frendel made a post on his, I think that's his Instagram, of him wearing a Chicago Bulls, I'm assuming, shirt when he was a little kid. That is pretty cool. It's weird that kids, and I can say kids because I'm 22, kids have that are getting drafted like have Twitter or Facebook accounts or Instagram accounts and Facebook accounts and like actually post to them. Probably not Facebook because nobody does that unless you're like at least 29. I'll go with 27 because I think my aunt still posts on Facebook. I have no idea who Nikki Glazer is, but they're making the pick for the Blues. I guess she's a comedian. She is a proud St. Louis. Just a St. Louis. She just made the joke that she was the 19th pick for her prom dance partner, and then she apparently got traded after. Fuck. Damn it. They took Justin Carbonell. Son of a bitch. Where is my cursor? Man, it snaps really bad. J. Car. Bun. EAU? And that is 100% just a right winger. 6'1", 205 pounds. He's got some of the best hands in the draft. Faster than he looks. And has a wicked shot. But he also improved his playmaking game tenfold this season. So, in my opinion, he should have been a top 10 pick. But at 19, that's insane. That's really, really good. And he's such a good shooting threat that it's because of that allowed him to elevate his playmaking game this season because he could feint shots really, really nicely. That's 100% one of my favorite players in the draft. Second in QMJHL scoring with 89 points, 46 goals. The only reason why he drops is probably because he's a right winger and not a center. But he's huge, so I'm surprised he got down this far. I'm a little upset Hawks didn't move a couple of their picks to get up there and get him. Columbus is up next. Most people assume that the Blue Jackets are going to take a goalie here, and I'm just for shits and giggles going to assume or presume that they're going to take Joshua Ravensbergen. Because he's the top-ranked goaltender, 605. I don't know that I've seen this that draft class more emotional than this one. Talking hockey is hoping Malcolm Spence drops to the Hawks at 25. I honestly think Malcolm Spence could go into the second round. I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up being a King or an Nashville Predator, and I'm not sure the Hawks would take him. This is Anton Frundell from the Blackhawks Twitter.
Hello, Blackhawks fans. Anton Frondell here. I'm so happy to be picked by the Blackhawks. Can't wait to see Chicago and play for you guys. So yeah, bye.
It's cool. I love hockey. I love to play, so I'm so happy. Anton Frundell, I'm being drafted. I love European players and the the way they speak English. Very straightforward and to the point. What's going on? Uh, I'm so lost. I was too busy scrolling through Blackhawks Twitter to know what the hell this is all about. Somebody was awarded something. I don't know. His wife snuck up on him after turning off her location to hand it to him or something. Oh, Anton Frundell says, my goal is to make the league. If I'm not good enough, I'm back to Garden. So even though Garden is his hometown team, and he helped them get promoted to the Swedish Hockey League, if he thinks he can play in the NHL this season, he's going to do it. I don't think he should regardless. I think he should stay in Sweden. They only just now got on the clock. Come on, guys. 5 more picks. 5 more picks. 12 more left in the draft. 5 more picks so the Hawks get to go again. Good. Who do I want the Hawks to take now? At this point, I'd be happy if they just took back Lev Nashersil, just because that would be a cool story. But otherwise, like, there aren't necessarily any players that I'm overly interested in. You guys can't even see me writing the names of these players there. It's pretty cool. I don't know why I'm getting ads all of a sudden. That's so annoying. I have YouTube Premium, and I pay $100 for this shit a year. $120 for this shit a year. I don't deserve to have ads. I also can't. I don't even need to type out the position anymore because y'all can't even see that either. And I am not. It took me forever to get to a point where this looked the way it does now. So I'm not messing with it. Are we? Okay. That is the coolest thing ever. That McQueen gets picked 10th overall and then gets flown out on a helicopter to Orange County to go to the Disney resort and stay there with his family. Like, that's so cool. Our pick is in for Columbus. All right, Johnny Gaudreau's wife is making the pick again. What the fuck? Pyotr Andreyanov. P. Andreyanov. Well, it was a goalie. I was right. But I've never heard this guy before. He didn't even show up at the draft. Huh. Really weird. They're really milking the commercial breaks now. There's a commercial break that delays the team going on the clock by like 2 minutes every single time after every pick now. If not even longer. I would like another trade, please. That would be cool. We were supposed to have a bunch of trades tonight, and we had one. He's only 6 foot tall? Why the hell did they draft him in the first round? Well, he had a 942 save percentage in the MHL and a 1.75 goals against average. So, I mean, good stats in 37 games, 3 shutouts. Apparently, it's Andreyanov without the space. That's just how she said it. So, it's poor Meredith making her say that name. Jim Nell won. That's what that was. He won the GM of the Year award. How did everyone know that this pick by the Blue Jackets was going to be a shocker? Like Cam Robinson knew that before, like several minutes before the pick was made. I'm so comfortable now. I've got my bed under, like at the other side of my desk, so I can just lay my feet there and kind of just lay down. Oh, trade! Bettman just press the trade button, the big red button. But Nashville is on the clock. So for picks number 23 and 67. Nashville making moves. Wonder who they're looking for. Probably Malcolm Spence. It could be a goalie, yeah. My God, Barry Trotz looks so much like John. John. I was gonna say his last name, but no point. Well, I don't want to. I don't know. I feel like he'd be uncomfortable if I say his last name. I need to show that to Bobby later. They look like the same person. It's so weird. Apparently, Brady Martin, the fifth overall pick, wasn't at the draft today because he apparently was working on his farm with his family. Yeah. Wait, hang on. Oh, no. Weeksy forehead tweet. That's good. Mm. There's probably going to be a lot more trades tomorrow. All right, here's the pick. Oh, George Kittle's making the pick. Cam Reed, defenseman. Very good skater. Good two-way. No, not lefty righty. Hey, he's just a left defenseman. Stop it. Thank you. Has a lot more to give, I think, in terms of offense, but a good transition defenseman from what I've seen. Smaller defender, though, at 6 foot. Pretty good, though. I prefer a more physical defenseman in today's NHL, but you can only have so many guys that play and move the way Cameron Reed does. Very skilled. Okay, they just showed a clip of somebody who's clearly not Cameron Reed. I really don't like those patches on the backs of the jerseys. They look like sometimes when, especially on that yellow Nashville jersey, it just doesn't fit. Pittsburgh is back on the clock. Ugh. Damn. He is a very good rush defenseman. Zonin, Fiddler, Zarowski, and Neshisel all still on the board for Chicago 25. Come on, Kyle, just grab one of them. The only guy there that I care for is Neshisel. Zonin's from the queue, so I don't necessarily care for him. produce a lot, though, I will say. They've already got their pick in. I think uh, maybe not so much with the pick that Kyle Dubas has made with his draft picks, but just acquiring more draft capital for this aging Pittsburgh team. He's done a really, really good job. So I'm assuming Nashville must have thought that Pittsburgh was going to take Cam Reed with that pick. So I would imagine it's probably a defenseman that uh, Pittsburgh is looking to pick. I would assume Blake Fiddler, if I had to guess, or Logan Hensler. Oh, Bill Zonin to go with the forward. Guy that I was just saying I didn't necessarily care for. He is a right wing. Curious selection in my opinion, just because I don't like the Q, but he's a big guy, big dude, 6'2", 187. He's from Montreal. It's weird. He wears number 6 as a forward, which is not normal. I guess he got into hockey watching PK Subban. 28 goals, 55 assists in 64 games. That is pretty good. He's apparently a very competitive player. I've not actually seen any tape of him yet. I've only read um, uh, scouting reports on him. And apparently skating is an issue for him, at least in terms of speed and agility. He looks good in the jersey, though. He's not even posing with Chris Letang, bro. Come on. I don't even think he realized. Yeah, he didn't know. He didn't know he was there. That's goofy. That's funny. All right, Ottawa, back on the clock. I don't know who I want because I don't feel like there's very many good big skating guys left that I can think of. Oh, Shane Van Soggy would be so fun. Shane Van Soggy is like, oh, Daniil Prokhorov would be good too because he's 6'6" and a pure goal scorer. I would not mind Cameron Schmidt, but I think he's gonna drop. I don't want a defenseman with this pick. I don't want Lennon Lakovic either. Colin Potter would be alright, but I want some size and some speed. I'd love Ice Wozniak, but I think you could get him in the second round, so. And I definitely don't want the Hawks to take Ivan Ryabkin. He fell off this year.
Misak? Oh. Montreal, we got some people from the Czech Lick Misak. Oh. He got it! He got both! He got both!
Our pick is in. Two more picks. I don't know who Tom Green is, but he's making the pick while holding a dog. Morgan Hensler goes to the Ottawa Senators. L. Hensler, very good skater. Does not necessarily have the most offense in him, but he could probably tap into that because his skating is so good. But a very good defensive defenseman, or very good defensively. I say he's a two-way defender though. Six 180 pounds. I think that's an inch or two taller than I originally thought he was. A defenseman coming out of Wisconsin, I have a lot of faith in. They do a really good job at developing D in Wisconsin. Riding the Pine, who I understand is a Blackhawks fan, said Lakovich shit in someone's Cheerios because he's dropping so much. I don't know. He's got a lot of skill, but I wouldn't want him personally. A bit too slow for me, and not enough effort in the game from on a night-to-night basis. Thinking about it, I can't think of why Jake O'Brien would have fallen out of the top 10 or been outside of the top 10 coming into the draft this year. Because really, like, who the hell would go above him? Like, I don't think Kindle would. I don't think Coots would. So, fish. Oh, knocked over a controller. Eklund could have, but even then. He might have, at the latest, gone to 10. Well, even Brady Martin, I'd have had him go above Brady Martin. And Murtka. Ugh. These ads are crazy. Fuck. That was my phone. Oh no. Ow. Ow. Oh shit, that hurt. I could have just stood up and grabbed it, but no. Nissan has been dedicated to making award-winning vehicles for you right here. Do 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 do. Cameron Schmidt is dropping a lot. I know he's only like what 5'9" or something, or five. He might be 5'7", 5'8". Huh. I don't know who this guy is. Is he about to announce a trade? Yeah, he announced a trade. Okay. LA is trading their pick to Pittsburgh. They drop down to 31 and collect the 59th overall pick as well. Damn, Pittsburgh is active today. I have no idea who they're picking here. I mean, they picked 2 forwards so far, so they might go for another one. I would assume they're going for a defenseman, though. Because I don't... Oh, goalie, yeah. Goalie could make sense. Ravensburgen. I think they should go with Blake Fiddler. but they've got the pick. Oh, hey, could y'all quit yapping? I want to know what the pick is so that Chicago can be on the clock. Like, Pittsburgh doesn't just get to do this 3 times in a row and take forever each time. Hmm. Oh, they took Will Horkoff. W. Horkoff. That dude was a draft combine freak. I don't think he was a first round pick before the combine, and then he went out there and did some crazy shit at the combine. Set the record by like almost a foot for lateral jump, I think it was. And yeah, top five across all categories in the combine. 6'5", 203 is crazy. Oh, there we go. They pick a small guy in Benjamin Kindle, and then at 22 and 24, they take two big guys. Man, that would have been an interesting pick for the Hawks. Oh, he apparently did so well in school that he could have gone to Harvard, but he instead chose to go to University of Michigan because it's a better development place or better development program. Oh, favorite food is pizza? Me and Will Horkoff, we know what's up. They're interrupting each other 'cause it's just like a 2 second delay. All right, who is Chicago getting? Who is Chicago getting? Somebody on Twitter say who's available so I can think because I can't. Yeah, who decided it was a good idea to have a 4 hour first round of the decentralized draft? Yeah, am I right? Or tell me about it. All right, Malcolm Spence, Lyndon Lakovich, and Vaclav Nesherso. Boumediene, Colin Potter, Shane Van Sagi. There's a lot of guys that I'd be okay with. I like Shane Van Sagi. I like Colin Potter. I'd prefer him not be the guy. Malcolm Spence is good. I'd rather not Lyndon Lakovich, but I have no idea at this point. Hey, come on, Chicago. Wow me with this pick. I don't think there's anybody who's going to blow me away who's available. I mean, Colin Potter would be the best skater, but I don't know that he translates very well to the NHL. His decision making from where he decides to shoot the puck from is not good. He shoots from the point way too much on the rush when he has the speed and skill to get closer to the net if he wanted to. Mm-mm. No defenseman. We don't need a defenseman. We have so many good defensemen. It's gonna be like Fiddler, isn't it? Yep. Okay, they took back Lev Neshistel. They just went for it. That is such a cool story. He's been a Hawks fan since he was a little kid. His dad was posting pictures of him wearing Hawks jerseys when he was a kid, That is so cool. That is one of the better stories in the draft. He, he's 6'6", I think, right? And he's a pretty lanky kid, so he can really fill out his frame. It's a good pick. And he's got really good hands for someone as big as him. All right, that's really cool. I'm fine with that. I prefer. I think it's. I think the story might help with some things. Committed to Massachusetts for the 25-26 season. I like his size. His size. Him playing college hockey is also big for next year because college hockey is probably the best place for young players to be coming out of the draft, outside of maybe in a European league. All right, Nashville's back on the clock. Pick is in. Nashville wastes no time. I appreciate it. How are we liking the picks? Uh, I really like Frendel. He so, some models indicate that he has the highest potential and the most certainty to be an NHL player out of any other player in the draft. So like you can almost certainly expect him to play in the NHL. He's at least like a third line center, so that's good. Um, Hopefully he's a top six forward for Chicago. He's like Alexander Barkov, who's the first line center and Selke winner every year for the Florida Panthers. And then Neshisel was and has always been a Hawks fan his entire life, and he's just huge. He's 6'6". He's got a lot of skill, and he's very underrated because he played in the USHL. But he's going to be playing in college next season, which is the best place to be for a young player outside of a professional league overseas. So I think it's probably a reach with Nesosiel, but the Hawks have time to let him develop into what they need him to be. Riker Lee, that's another reach pick. Eh, Riker Lee. Okay. I think the Hawks had probably an A draft. I think uh, who would it have been? Nashville has like a B draft. I don't care for many of their picks. Like Riker Lee, I think is somebody who is ranked probably in the second or third round, if I remember correctly, probably second round. Yet he's going 26th overall. He's got a wicked shot, though. I do gotta say. I do like what Pittsburgh has done, getting big players. I don't like Ben Kindle at 11. I don't think that's good value for the pick, but honestly, I don't know that there are very many other better players out there outside of Victor Eklund and Justin Carbonell. All right, so Blake Fiddler is kind of fallen. He could go to the Caps, but I could see him actually going to. Ooh, San Jose might be going for Henry Brucevitz. He's the line mate for the San Jose Sharks' top D prospect Sam Dickinson in the OHL. I doubt the Hawks are going to move back into the first round, which kind of sucks. The Hawks do have the 34th pick tomorrow, so they'll be the second team to pick tomorrow. So it'll be interesting to see who they get. A lot of people are high on him and think he's underrated. The Hawks pick in this so. Yeah, I'm gonna hold. This is Vaclav Nichushil Sr., Vaclav's father. Uh, Vaclav at the age of 11 at an international tournament. I don't know if you can see it very well, but you can see the Hawks jersey, I'm sure. Yeah, just a little bit. Been a Hawks fan since he was 11 years old. Alright, does Byron Bader say anything 7 minutes ago? So he hasn't made a post about Vaclav Nichushil so far. But he has made a post on every single player before now. Alright, pick is in for Washington. Okay, so Lyndon Lankovich goes to the Washington Capitals. Can I get my mouse? Where is it at? Okay. Good player, skilled, really good shot. I just don't like his effort, which you could coach into him, but I prefer to get a guy who I know has the effort in him already. It's been a weird draft. I have no idea who's going these next four. Any players, any player could make sense. Is that Emily Kaplan? Why am I only just now recognizing her? She used to be a Hawks writer, like exclusively. I don't think it is Emily Kaplan. I have no idea. Pick is in. Oh yeah, that's right. Jonathan Tays is a Winnipeg Jet. That's really weird. Why do you have to disrespect Eric Comrie like that? He's like, well, for the 28th pick for Winnipeg, welcome Winnipeg's other goalie, Eric Comrie. Sasha Boumedienne goes to the. Is he a righty or a lefty? I don't even know. Boom. Yeah. Two ends. It's from Finland. What the fish? Yeah. Interesting pick. I don't feel like any of these picks are guys that are like they maybe have a 1 in 4 chance of making the NHL at this point. Like, there's not very many high upside guys left, except for maybe Cameron Schmidt. But I think Cameron Schmidt's gonna fall to the second round, and he's the fastest guy in the draft. But he's also really small, and he's a hell of a goal scorer. But he could go to Calgary. Well, after this commercial break, I guess the last 4 picks are just gonna get rapid fired off, and that'll be that. Apparently, the Blackhawks pick at 25 has a brother, Andre Nescicil, who played in Carolina for 3 years. I did not know that. Oh, oh, shit, shit. Chicago's apparently acquiring this pick. Who the fuck are they taking? Maybe a defenseman? Not a goalie. I wonder how are they getting this pick? Because I don't know that Carolina would want to drop back and like get prospects or picks. They probably want a player, like an NHL player in return. It's definitely being traded. Maybe not. Okay. Yep, there is a trade. Yep, Hawks. Okay. So the Hawks trade 34, 62, and a fifth in 2027 for the 29th overall pick. 3 first round picks. Kyle Davidson loves picking in the first. Who are you taking? Another commercial break. Thanks, guys. Okay, this is cool. I feel like they could have gotten Nescicil at 34 or 29. So, interesting. I'm not gonna lie, I wouldn't mind Ice Wozniak just because not only do I like the name, I just think he's underrated. Probably not a great chance of making it to the NHL, but I don't care. I would not mind Mason West. That would be the biggest boomer bust pick in the draft. Dude's got a bunch of Division One scholarships to play football in the NCAA, but has committed full time to playing um, hockey professionally. And he's 6'6", plays center, really good skater, and very, very skilled. Oh man, I want to watch How to Train Your Dragon now. Mitchell, I don't know if you're watching, but I really want to play that How to Train Your Dragon Wii game with you again. I've been thinking about it for days. I might have to buy a Wii and buy that game secondhand from someone because that would, like, I've been wanting to play it for days now. All right, pick is in. Mason West, Mason West, Mason West, Mason West. There's no way we're getting him later if it's not now. Yes! Fuck yes! Oh my god! I was right, Mason West. Holy crap. That is a big pick. Literally, dude, 6'6". 6'6", 218. Holy crap. Dude's massive. I knew a team was going to bet on him in the first round once he announced he was going hockey full time. That's a great pick. Holy crap. He's still going to be playing high school football next year. Or for the rest of the fall, I think, is what they're saying. Because he's really young. He's got such a late birthday. I think he was a junior this year. Fuck yeah. That's one of the best picks in the draft, in my opinion. Dude, 6'6" guys in the first round for Chicago. Holy crap. And he's a really good skater, too. Dude, I want to play it so bad. I've been thinking about it so much. I feel like we made a White Knight Fury before the White Knight Fury was a thing. Obviously, duh. quarterback for his football team. I think we did, but I don't know how well it would hold up. I'd like them to make a new one. There's no way they would. I would like a new How to Train Your Dragon game in general that dives more into the universe, but I doubt it. It probably wouldn't hold up well, but it is very nostalgic. All right, the worst team in the NHL is back on the clock with the worst general manager, Cope. Oh, that's what I'm saying with the new live actions. I think they could. Yeah, maybe. I would prefer they go with the animated style from the animated movies and not try to base everything off of the appearance of the dragons in the live action movies. And Hiccup, I'd like to just look exactly the same for the most part, as he did in like the second and third films. All right, Bailey's back to make the pick with the belt. Okay, so they take the goalie Joshua Ravensburg, and the one I thought Columbus was going to take. Wait, goalie. I think goalie picks are lame. He could be insane, but lame. Sasha Boom Marine. Bro, that Mason West pick is so good. Kings are on the clock. That's a cool shit. Oh my god. Roger McQueen got to take a picture with a Lightning McQueen statue in Disney. That's so cool. Gary loves that joke. He did so good, we gotta bring him back every single time. Henry Brushevitz goes to the LA Kings. I thought he would have been the pick at 30 for San Jose, just because he is Sam Dickinson's teammate. Where's my cursor? This thing disappears all the time. Hey, wake up. Okay. H. Zootst UX. Jesus Christ. Alright, and then Calgary at 32. Last pick. Oh, I have been streaming for 4 hours and 21 minutes. Byron Bader believes in his Calgary Flames a lot. So I'm interested to see what they're going to do. Wow, from 2022 to 2024, a resounding 40% of all Hawks draft picks that placed top 10 or better in one or more combine tests. Anton Frondell, Vaclav Nestersil, and Mason West all placed top 10 or better in at least one combine test. You be loved like how Davidson loves trading with Carolina. Yeah. Was there a single? I don't think there was a single Russian taken in that first round. Oh wait, the goalie, yeah. Cam Schmidt. What about Simon Wang of the Wang Gang? This probably comes off as racist, but it's a TPC Productions joke. Who's it gonna be? It's a good message. Colin Potter. That's a really good pick in my opinion. All right. That's almost 4.5 hours of draft, and I mean they're still gonna talk about the guy. I think he's gonna be a winger in the NHL. 5'10", 172. Either the fastest or second fastest player in the entire draft. Drops because he's small. Man played in Arizona State, so and that's a party school more than it is an actual place to properly develop, in my opinion. Yeah, I almost thought he was gonna fall into the second round. What do you mean San Jose is on the clock? Yeah. Alright. That's gonna be that. Oh man, I'm tired as hell. God, this shit went on for so long. I'm glad I didn't talk the entire time because I wouldn't have had a voice. Well, I think the Hawks cooked. I'm gonna be honest. Nestor is really, really good. In Mason West pick, I think a lot of teams are gonna regret the fact that they didn't just bet on him. Because the whole reason he fell was because nobody knew whether or not he was going to pursue hockey or football professionally, either or. And he's gone with hockey, so that's really cool. All right, let me turn this stream off. And I need you. And I miss you. Okay. Oh, 2 people are watching me? Cool, cool. Oh, how many times did the hockey guy try to stream today? Yeah, round 1, part 2. Where's round 1, part 1? Okay, okay. He had to do 3 tries. All right, bye. I'm getting off. I don't know how to close out a stream, so see y'all.